going on, everybody? How we doing? What's cooking? Alright, I had to make sure my shit was actually proper. Here. Sometimes you get pranked. So, yeah, I forgot I turned my fucking creep into some psychotic color. I should probably change that, though. I feel like, well, I was trying to make it like brighter so that it would be frosted or something. It's hard to really show that with just a color change. You know what I mean? So I should probably go in and fix that. So let's do that. Let's find our tile set. Ice.grp. Yeah, but rather than fuck around with that, what we got to do is we got to find just a way to make it look ridiculous. If we can make it look absolutely ridiculous, we'll be in business. So, psycho creep, you know what I mean? Oh. Getting somewhere there. That's kind of like jelly, right? It's like jelly creep. You know what I mean? That almost looks like, obviously it's paletted to fuck, but it almost looks more psychotic and creepy than default creep. Turn the brightness down a little bit too. All right. Oh yeah. I can't do mental math, so. Oh, that's right. I have to go away. I thought I disabled bridge. Why does bridge even exist? What's up, Luciferius? So I just have to do this. Select inverse. Alright, load. Jelly creep. Now that's epic. I just, what I don't understand is why some of these pieces are like this. That's what I don't get. There's like random pixels that were not quite black, but close enough that we never noticed, I suppose. Frauds. Fraud pixels. Okay. So now we increase size. Did I do the right tile set? Yeah, it looks like it. Oh, what a mess. It's beautiful. It's exactly what we're looking for. Save. Alright, then we need to go in here. Oh yeah. Don't forget that. Ooh. Baby. Say no more. Now, if that's not psychosis, I don't know what is. We're going places with this one. Just you wait. Oh, yeah. Close that. Rude War. Do I still have the folder? Yeah, I do. Because I'm a professional. Oh. This is a little ridiculous. Alright. Let's see how that works out. I can't believe that this is what I'm doing, but it is. The only reason I had the idea to even do this was because I, at some point, went through and I accidentally had copied over the GRP file, which all it has is the creep tiles. So... yes. It's perfect, guys. Has some strange borders, but that's okay. It's beautiful. Doesn't this look like an appetizing meal? It's a jelly ice cream or something. I wonder how many people will get the reference of today's epic... Dude, that looks so fucked. Today's Discord ping. In the manifestude. So. Close my Reddit. So I don't expose myself. I still can't believe Necron made like 5 different Reddit accounts. This is what a lunatic. Oh, man. So I say, we smash out some fucking AI. What do you guys say? Oh yeah, we can actually test Chuck because we fixed him. I say we. Of course, it was Iquare. Let's chuck him out. I can't believe I have to live with myself. Alrighty. One thing I definitely didn't anticipate was how many ways this could go wrong. You know what I mean? What's up, Connor? Yes, 3 Marines. Don't worry, he trains a 4th very quickly. Okay. Eventually, there's going to be a... Oh no, it's 2 Marines and a Jim Raynor, because that's going to get replaced with Chuck later. 2nd Barracks. Now you pretty much never want to cut SCVs, so if he's ever idling on SCV requests for too long, I think I should up the priorities. Like he should definitely be spending his money here. I think what's happening is like he wants a depot request, right? But he has supply available, right? Because he had 6 workers, which is 6 supply plus 3 is 9, and he had 10 plus 8. So yeah, he definitely had enough supply ready in that sense. So in that sense, it's a depot request. Maybe AI are hard-coded to use those at like high priority or whatever, but in general, I do think it might make sense to do that. Oh, and another thing we have to do is do weight build for the... we have to do weight build on a few locations where currently we do not. So bring... oh, I'll just search for barracks. Yeah, so this is weight build for barracks. Yeah, there you go. Well, I can't control when the AI does that. I mean, I could, in theory, expressly request them all, but I don't want to do that. Maybe it's okay to do that. Maybe it's okay to like not call the supply management script, or it's not really a script, but it's like there's basically the way the AI works is they read ahead into their script and say, what do I need? When do I need these depots or whatever? Something to that advantage or something to that extent. And they say, and I don't know what quantifies it. Like I don't know why in this particular example they feel the need to absolutely do that immediately, but it seems like it's out there. Another thing that they do, which is very strange to me, is they seem to very rarely like take a worker who's just finished building something. They'll like return him home and then send another worker out at the same time as this guy's returning home. They'll like send a new guy to build something else. It's like he's like, all right, I already built something. I'm going homo, which is like obviously is inefficient play. So would be nice if that wasn't the case. So I think what's happening now is they're waiting for 450 resources so that they can throw down an expansion. But I'm not sure. That's what should be happening right now. But I don't see them getting assigned to an expansion. Oh, fuck. Get frauded, idiot. I also don't have my own... Yeah, as a matter of fact, they definitely seem to hang up at this point. So let's go find expand. Yeah, so if it's less than 449, it will never pass, but then it does pass, and you get multi-run EXP due. Oh, the locations are probably wrong. But even then, they should still expand somewhere. So yeah, I'm not sure what's happening there. Another thing I've noticed is they have no desire to build a refinery. In fact, they never got past a certain thing in their main, it looks like. Hold on. We got a couple of different things to troubleshoot here. Now, it does say... Hold on. Right, yeah. I mean, I agree with you, Connor. Like, obviously, that makes more sense. But the thing is, like, I should be able to, in theory, take, like... prescribe them very specific supply depot requests at specific supply counts. Like, say, like have a different thread that waits that compares their current supply for the first little while. Like, just hard-coded in the first little bit. So, like, the first 2 or 4 depots or something like that can be manually requested when it makes sense to, based on their supply and their money or something like that, right? So, I could do that system. I'm not sure how much performance gain we could get, but if it was a concern where like I was really trying to min-max, I should be able to do something like that. I'm not sure what's stopping them from getting the engineering bay request. I'm worried that maybe the resources command is broken too. Because that's the only thing that I can think of here is like it's waiting for resources, right? So like we'll say waiting for 154. In this case, the expansion code doesn't get called until they get 4 barracks. But obviously they're not going to get those if something is stopping them from progressing. So in that case, just as a test, I'll also do something super dumb right here where I'll do like resources 13 at least, wait, 1 or blank, print at least 1 or. Just so that we have like a very obvious sanity check highlighting here. Oh, do I already have PyA open? I do. Perfect. Oh, it's supposed to be one. Yes. And that's true. Maybe you should have an AI that takes all the gas bases, but does not ever build it. So, okay, at least 1 ore, so they do have something working there. I still think SCV requests probably need to be bumped up a bit in priority, but it shouldn't be impossible to get stuff done here. They have a ridiculous amount of supply available, and they still build depots. I don't quite understand that one. So, what happened here? Maybe the issue is wait, build, start 2 barracks? Perhaps? And what if I change this to wait, build, start 1 barracks? That doesn't really make any sense to me. So it's double broken. Let's try that. All right. Wow! That is psychotic. And they're still going to get hung up on the barracks count. So it seems that it doesn't properly count the number of pre-placed structures. That seems to be the case. And I'll show you what I mean here. So what I did was I changed wait, build, start 1 barracks. I changed it from 2 to 1. And they start out with 1. So wait, build, start should immediately pass. Instead, it passes after the AI builds a 2nd barracks, because somehow it doesn't take into account its first one. So that's some psychosis. So I just sent iQuery that message. No. So basically, it's like in the game they start out with a barracks, right? They also start out with a supply depot, and it seems like as if they need an extra one, which is what we were commenting on earlier, which might be related, but I'm not sure. Those might be different subroutines in the AI. But the barracks, at the very least, they use it. They train units from it, right? But in the code, in their AI, they have code that says. This was wait, build, start 2 barracks, right here, this line. It was 2, which in theory means you wait until you start your 2nd barracks and then progress. But that's not what happened. When I set it to 1, they progressed after building the 2nd one. So it's like they don't see the first one for the purpose of these kinds of things. So it's like wait, build, start 2, waits until they build 2 new barracks, not including the first one that they started out with. I think this is the same issue that we saw with SCVs. I'm not sure. But it's just, yesterday we had so many problems with SCVs where they were one behind the real number, and I think that's what's happening with barracks and maybe with depots. Like if we take away these things and make them make them themselves, right? If we start them off with just the workers and the men, like what'll happen? We'll have to wait and see. We'll run that as an experiment, right? So in this case, we probably should change the code so that we're not requesting 2 barracks super early, but it's just a test. We're gonna start them off with the actual structures eventually. Yeah, so it's really weird. I'm not sure why that happens. I'm just gonna get rid of this. You know, that's not the problem anymore. Also, I'm pretty sure this number right here, it's supposed to be their supply, but I'm pretty sure it's in 2s. Or it's like 2 units is 1 supply, because it takes into account like half a supply, like Zerglings. Which is why they went up from like 6 to 20, because they got 8, but it's actually 8 plus 8, which is 16. So they were at 4, I guess, and they went up to 20. Something like that. Anyway, after the okay, they just got the second barracks request, but they're building workers fine for now, so that's just so weird to me that is a bug. Anyway, we'll test out with this. Obviously, the timings are going to be a little slow, but I think that's okay. And they are not notably they're not building like too many depots, right? So that's cool. Like, they're not building an obscene number. So it seems like they also didn't see their first depot for the purpose of calculating supply. I could be wrong about that, though. Like, I don't know. Maybe the reason why... They are kind of building it early now. Maybe the reason why they were building it early before was because they had barracks and they were training Marines for defense and stuff. I could see that as an argument. So, who knows? Just seems like a very strange system. But this is like one of those things where it broke for seemingly no reason. And depending on how long that was broken for, too, that could be a real big problem. That could be one of those things where it's like, you know, that could break so many different things. That could have broken all sorts of stuff. That could have broken so much shit in Stormborn, so much shit in Hydra, so much shit in Toddborn. Like, I don't know how long this has been busted, right? And I never would have really checked it, either. I mean, I definitely would have noticed it based on workers. So I don't think it was active as far back as Hydra. It definitely seems like a more recent thing. But it's hard to say, you know? It's just one of those things. Well, they were supposed to have their refinery a bit sooner than this, in my ideal world, so that the eBay could be thrown down as like a gas timing where they build the refinery. I guess what they should do is they should build the refinery first, so that they can immediately get a fast +1 armor. So I can swap the positionings of those anyway. But ideally they'd be able to do it immediately. That's what I was hoping. Well, the Academy takes way longer to build and way more resources to build, so I don't think so. I want them to get fast +1 before I want them to get range. Like, as a higher priority if I had to pick one for the early game. Pranked. Well, shit seems to be being set up, so things seem to be working as intended. Though they probably should have an expansion by now. But I didn't even see their factory. Holy moly! Ah, Ahmed. Their requests have definitely gone up, we'll say. Like if you see the need resource count. And this will only I assume this will only get messier with time. I don't even remember if these factories are placed correctly. I'll have to open up the placement map to see. That Academy animation change is just one extra frame, but it's so much less annoying to look at. Although the structure itself still just triggers me. Right, yeah, I can see your argument in that sense. Seems like the priorities that I'm using for the bunkers are still not high enough to stop the AI from constantly sending its men in spinning directions. I haven't seen a single missile turret be built yet either, which is worrisome. Priority of that must need to be increased. But they should have expanded by now too, so something else is happening where it's just that they're never getting enough money. So there needs to be a wait at some point in the main thread. I would say probably before the factory. Or maybe after the first factory has started is when the wait begins and they don't go as ham trying to get everything set up for themselves. I mean, they have the money now, so it's not the end of the world, but... It's just one of those things where they definitely could have had it sooner. There's also a very long travel time for this area because there's no ramp here yet. Eventually there will be. Haha, you got fucking destroyed, idiot. I have to make so many, like, I have to make so many micro tile things where I basically, like, take the same tile, throw it in a new group, and then make it completely unwalkable. It's so annoying. I have to do that over here to stop the SUVs from getting stuck over here, and I have to do it over here now. Probably over here somewhere too. Because like if there's an SUV returning gas and the comsat goes down, who knows what's gonna happen? Like you'd think you could neutralize these issues with map design or something, but you really can't. It's just fucked. They also have almost no gas whatsoever, so that's cool. No, I haven't done any of that. Yeah, SUVs could probably get stuck there. I mean, it wouldn't be as big of a deal if they knew to use dropships to evacuate SUVs from stupid locations, or if they at least just fucking executed them because they were stuck, you know, like something. But they won't. So, hi. annihilated. Yes, it looks amazing. What do you mean? I made it jelly-filled. Jelly-filled creep, dude. That guy thought he could take on the world. Seems like something is going wrong with the attack requests as well, but I'm not sure what it is. Okay, so one thing at a time. We'll clean up some of the early junk. Okay. So I'm gonna take a look at the attacks, though, because I'm trying to figure out like what was stopping them from actually aggressing. Oh, well, wait, finish attack definitely would have done it for that first one. So we can just say... Oh, actually this should be the inverse. I don't actually know if the AI will automatically take advantage of the presence of an academy and stick some medics and firebats with them. They should in theory, but I might also be dependent on... I know it's dependent on the number of... Okay, if they have at least the third barracks up, they will throw some medics in with the army. So that's good. I might swap it out so that they need only 2. So that Marine, Medic, Marine. Instead of Marine, Marine, Medic. Because, like, is an attack for... If the... I'm looking for, like, what is optimal if they only have 2 barracks? Is it Marine and Medic, or is it double Marine? For early aggression, it's not as straightforward as it might seem, right? But I think in that particular case, it makes sense to swap them. So we'll see what happens. Like sometimes you just want the extra firepower, but for an AI that doesn't really do any microing, I think medics are probably a universally superior choice. Oh yeah, and for defense use, I've got to add H. Rayner to the list. And then edit him in unit stat, as well as give him a new name. Oh, I was saying if you compare the damage output and like other important features of, say, so basically I was trying to figure out like whether or not I wanted them to, if they only had 2 barracks, would it be best to have them do Marine Medic or Marine Marine, like double up on Marines? Also, I guess I should wait build start 1 academy or something before, or wait build 1 academy before attack adding. Yeah, double medic, just do nothing. I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying, Connor. Their whole attack force, is it Marine Marine or Marine Medic? Probably one or the other. You wouldn't double up on medics and then do nothing. Come on, your medics can't attack units. This is not Stormborn, where Rayner decides to throw in armies of Femoids at his opponent just to execute them. For an inexplicable reason. So in this case, they generally will have a 3rd barracks around the time that their academy finishes. But I think it'll only really take into effect for the first 2. And so in that sense, I was saying, for AI that doesn't micro, Marine Medic seems superior. For an AI that did micro, or a player that did micro, maybe you do just want the damage of double Marine, right? Of doubling up on Marines in that sense. So you'd be like, you know, 6 Marines or... rather, it would probably be like 8 Marines. It's like 8 Marines or 4 Marines and 2 medics. Well, AI will probably get more mileage out of the latter than the former. So let's also see if they expand a little bit more intelligently this time. They still got about the same attack mileage out of this attack, despite the fact that it was too soon. So our change in early priority here didn't actually stop them from it didn't stop them from doing what they were supposed to do in the early game. Well, except for the fact that now they're spinning for some reason. Where are they going? Oh, I guess the new attack started. Why did it claim the old units for the new attack? Why? What is wrong with this game, man? Come on. Yeah, no, I was... Well, the way that I have it set up is that you can see based on... Okay, we gotta stop them from building more bunkers after the second bunker as well. Where is... So that should fix that. What? Oh. That's funny. Yet another complication presents itself in the form of more Zerg here. What a ridiculous reality. Oh shit. Utterly destroyed. What's up, Iceware? How are you? Besides overloading your aggression inhibitors. Can you believe that there was actually a campaign where Anus was like a ship or something? It was Andoranus. Dude, what is wrong with people? Why does Blizzard and custom content developers, they all name their characters after ass? There's like a real ass fetish going on. Nobody wants to talk about. Bengal ass, another one I accidentally clicked on. But Artanus, Aldair ass. Pretty close. Acidar, obviously. Artanus. Andoranus. Varanus. Tisk tisk. Oh. What are you gonna end up doing with it? Andoranus. Oh, Andoranus. I can't. Why is the Elka unit called an Uller? Uller. What is wrong with these people? Uller, by the way. Wait, transmission PNG, what is that? This is a joke command? Well, I feel like we should just... There should be some different way to soft code those things in without having to multi-thread in an AI script for triggers or something. But I don't know what that way would be, you know what I mean? Oh, I see. I can't believe that. That's like naming units after Officer Todd's messages in void speakers. Yeah, yeah. At least for these transmissions that are meant to be like battle chatter or whatever, should definitely be in the EXE as opposed to the map. Looking up mythology again, trying to get a Terran name down. Can we use Reliquary for anything besides the hero stuff? Originally, I was thinking about making it so that it was useful for infrastructure upgrades. Like, maybe I was going to put structure armor on that instead of the forge, and stuff like power flux. I think now it makes more sense to leave that stuff on the forge, but maybe there could be some, like in Brood War or something like that, I might move those functions over. Consolidating them all into one structure, and so might add some utility to the structure beyond just using it for heroes, and also allow you to, well, it's for example, the forge is going to be smaller than the reliquary. Like, the reliquary's graphic will be, and building placement and like the unit dimensions is going to be larger. So if you actually want to access that stuff, you'll have to not only spend money on a new structure, but also spend base space on your new structure. So I might end up doing that for Brood War, we'll see. Or maybe for the final situation, in that sense. Grand Library was conceived of as like a final place for some High Templar upgrades as well, like a way to really ascend the development of gateway units. So not only is it required for even the ability to morph High Templar into augurs, but that's probably where I was going to throw in some of the upgrades that we currently have on the Templar archives, like Ascendancy, Astral, Aegis, and what is the other one? The Ephemeral Blades. So, yeah, Augurs and Bulwarks are hand in hand in many respects, but they can still be useful for like last second changes, you know. Chuck Halifax. That's he's a man, dude. I'm taking characters from my Ahmed's Adventure project. Oh yeah, I didn't change the ranks over to make sense with the new system. Oops. Time to do some tech tree editing, I think. Yeah, it probably has to be a config option. Maybe it can be a separate file or something. This is from a game called Five Nations. A lunatic emailed me a link to the game, and they store all of their models as images that I can then extract. So have to see how that works out. I'm going to try to convert them. It's a frame atlas, so it's not great, but that's probably... Let's say 13. I don't know how many facing directions they'll actually end up having, but... This is... We'll sort through them once we have them all. Alright, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 9 directions is probably about what I would expect. I don't think I missed any frames. Yeah, I know what you mean. Alright. So a big problem is going to be aligning them with one another. I don't really know how to go about doing that. So I guess on average, what I should just try to do here, right? Select all of them. Well, select each one of them, right? And then I should try to center them so that they are 32, 32. We'll try that. Yeah, I don't have all of them converted yet, but at some point I will. So we shall see. Alright. Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, I think the diffusion is actually killing the... It must be the diffusion that's doing that. Yeah, so the diffusion is killing the team color. But I'm not really sure how to fix that, per se. What I'll do is... just merge visible. Weapons, platform, and nothing else. Hell yeah. See what happens, man. I don't understand why... Oh, well, I guess there was no actual change there, but whatever. Yeah. No, I mean, I don't want you to have to take a step back with Overlord, because I know you've been trying to get that done for a long time. But it does seem like it's ludicrously ridiculous to... I don't know how to explain it, but it's like... If you really wanted to get work done on a project for, like, seriously, then in theory you would, you'd almost have to... I don't know. It's rough, man. It's like, it's not simple. Certainly not as simple as it should be. So I'm thinking there probably should be, this should be 3, but I don't really know for sure. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. I don't see any particular issue with that. Oh, okay. Oh, actually, I can see the issue with that. Alright, hold on. So yeah, we are going to need Oh, this is supposed to be... And then... So this is 9 items, and if we do another 9... Oh, we're actually over the half. So no, maybe we don't. Oh. What's up, Veek? How are you? Yeah, well, I'm just trying to convert this unit to see if it's feasible. I don't actually know what I would use it for, but it only has 1 frame set, so it would have to be something like a vulture, I think. Like a light craft. Like a wraith replacement or something. I could take like this battleship looking thing that has solar panels all over. I could take that, but that seemed like a even more daunting task to take on. So. This also only has 1 frame set, it seems. Oh no, maybe there's 2. Hard to say. It's so big. Some of these buildings might end up being useful. Like, you could take this building, for example, and you could just chop off that bottom piece that gives it the illusion of it being in space. Because all these structures and units are meant to be in space. There's no ground combat. And you could just chop off that bottom and use this as a building, right? Wouldn't be difficult at all to make use of stuff like that. Just chop off certain pieces of the bottom and you've got yourself something. Something's going on. I know this looks like an unfinished starport or something, but this is actually a building in the game. I don't know what it is. But yeah. I could see this being like a UED hangar or something. Right here. Just again, chop off some of the bottom stuff. And definitely will require some work. But this could be a ground control center, a barracks or something. Again, if you chop off the bottom stuff, it looks like this like ring, which you would be able to walk around in order to get underneath this facility or something. I don't know. There could be something there. And obviously, this thing right here looks like an exit. So yeah, we could definitely be using a lot of these things. I don't know what the fuck that is. And it almost matches the Terran aesthetic, but it's different enough that it like still feels distinct, you know? That's why I'm thinking UED would probably benefit from this stuff. The UED faction, not UED Commander himself. I mean, maybe he will also benefit from it. That's not what I was talking. Well, you could just take the Dark Archon graphics themselves and add them to the Archon graphic if you were going to do that. Right? But you would need a new... As far as unit design, well, you basically have to say, like, are you replacing units or are you adding new units, right? Like, I'm replacing the Goliath in this mod with an exoframe unit. And the idea is that it's more like a... It further personifies the idea of what a Raider-type walker would look like. And it's like the the Goliath base, but it's got a Marine manning a gun on top. Which is more like I don't even know what you would call that, but... So, at some point I'll show that, but... It's, I think that was made by Voyager a while ago. Anyway, I gotta go back to working on this stuff. I guess I can just go and compare this to other frames, though, like... So frame... Oh yeah, frame 10 is usually the one that's directly in the middle. It looks like 9 and 10 in this case. So we have... Alright, so 7 and 6. Oh, I see. Makes sense. So then this graphic would be... and 11. Right. I'll close that for a second. Yeah, so there's only one south-facing frame, I guess. No, I'm not talking about like the technical thing. I meant replacing, as in replacing. I'm not replacing the Goliath. Other factions are going to have the Goliath, but for the faction that the player and the player's ally control, they don't have access to Goliaths. Is what I'm saying. So, are you replacing or are you adding for the tech tree itself? If you want to add new units, you would have to go and what's the term? What you have to figure out, like, what does your faction struggle against, and what does your faction excel at? Like, figure out the strengths and weaknesses. If you're just taking a vanilla faction and you're not editing anything yet, and you're trying to figure out what to add to that faction. It's sort of like, you remember how a while ago I was talking about my thought process when it comes to designing areas, and how even if I wasn't ever going to be in a situation, in like all likelihood, where I was working from a, like, I would try to imagine myself in situations that probably would never happen. So for example, I would try to imagine myself in a situation where I'm trying to defend an area where I'm unlikely to ever have a base, or unlikely to be attacked from, just so that I could see, like, what would I want to do in a situation like this, and is there something that's stopping me from doing whatever it is I want to do, and if there is something that's stopping me from doing that, is it justified? You kind of want to do the same thing with tech trees. So if I don't think you're Protoss in your full toilet submission, I think you're Terran. So say you are playing as Terran, but you're adding something to the Protoss faction, or you want to make some change to the Protoss faction, you still have to mind fuck yourself into thinking of, like, from that perspective, like, what would I want to do if I was playing as the Protoss in that context, and what does that mean? Like, what should be changed as a result of that sort of mental exercise, if you will. So if you're adding something to the player's faction, it's much easier to get in that headspace, so you can start with that. You can be like, what do I think I'm going to struggle against, controlling this faction? Like, what should be changed in that sense? And That's something that you can figure out on your own end, basically, if you give it enough time. So yeah, I would focus on that for now. Yeah, I can copy entries, but I'm not trying to copy them. I don't know if you saw what I was doing. I was referencing one and looking at certain fields and changing it based on that. Yeah, eventually I did want to do that. We probably need to move certain frames up. I'm not sure which ones yet. Let's take a look. These seem fine. That might be too much, I'm not sure. 11 and 12 seem pretty hefty. They are both around the same thing, though. So So nothing immediately seeming incorrect, but we'll see how it plays out anyway. Anyway, Veek, if you want to give me an example of some of the ideas that you have right now as far as adding new units, then that might help me give you more useful feedback. I mean, I can't say for sure, obviously, but... Team color, looking good, man. What a mess. I was working on Nerazim reskin. Maybe I have that. Let's see. If you're talking about this, that looks pretty terrible, so that must not have been it. You know what that might be is down in here. Oh, maybe that was it. It's me being confused. It looks like I do still have it, yeah. But it's pretty silly, I think. Yeah, it's definitely out there. Yeah. It looks like I just did some structures, though. I didn't do all of them. And I didn't do any units. Yeah, Veek's is probably better. I haven't compared the two, but I haven't thought about that one in years. Literally years. That was a really long time ago. Alright, I'm gonna try that out real quick, see if I can also make this one work. I'm not quite sure what... the differences between some of these things, but... oh, okay, there is an animation. That's what it is. Perfect. I'm assuming... oh, I actually fucked up here. Looks like the thing at the top lights up a bit, too. It looks like we're gonna need to expand our borders. And deploy that. Set that up as... Okay, so now we have something. Oh yeah, I should first. Oh yeah. Well, no, that's fine. I can just cycle through them now. Interesting. Okay. Dark Templar, lots of shuttles, lots of warp relays, I suppose. What's I going to do now? Aha! I just found another potential problem, though. Fuck, man, that's actually a big problem. Okay. We'll have to do this a little carefully. And exhaustively, of course. Their shadowing in general is a little strange, but it's okay. It probably looks fine for them because they're dealing with this space thing. I don't even know if it's worth it to do all this. I'm not gonna do it properly the first time around anyway. Fuck, man. It's a lot of work that I just fucked up myself because I was too stupid to check that the first time. Okay, I see what's happened. I forget how I did this before. I think I had to index the image, and then... Well, it was more than that, obviously, but... Oh, yeah, I remember. I had to index the image with, like, a red background or something. Like a color that was definitely not gonna get. Like, misconstrued. Oh, apparently it did. Harlequin. Definitely won't get misconstrued here. Right, and then I would do like... I don't even know what to make of that issue. That's probably a issue related to transparency. Well, what the fuck do I do for that then? If I can't do green, right? I guess I can't really do anything per se. Like any particular color will be a bad shout. Yeah, because there's like a level of transparency of like alpha masking or something. Isn't there a way I can see that? Somehow I can look at just the alpha or something like that. Because it will be a complete disaster, I feel like. Unless I can somehow save this selection and then reload it after indexing, but I'm pretty sure indexing loses you any sort of thing that's like that. What a mess. What do you think, Veek? Any ideas? I'm pretty sure I actually have. I can just use the PSD here, but it's like. So, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to. Okay, here, I'll show you what I mean. So, this color right here. Oh, maybe I can just do it this way. Yeah, maybe, never mind. I might have gotten it. Hold on. Hold the phone. Well, the biggest issue is for sure the fact that the transparency is a thing at all. I'm trying to figure out, like, when I index it, right? It loses the transparency and you suddenly get a lot of jagged shit, right? Jagged edges. But I don't know if there's a way around that. Like, I want to kill the transparency before I index so that all of the pixel data is 100% opacity. I don't even know what that means. That's an adjustment, isn't it? There's RGB, red, green, blue. I don't see anything in alpha. Am I in the wrong thing? Well, I think this image doesn't have an alpha mask at all. Is the problem. It just has pixel data that's not fully opaque. Oh, layer mask from transparency. Apparently, will do it. Oh. What the fuck? Oh, cool. Alright, so I need to make an action for that so I can fix it for everything. Nice work. Thank you. Image adjustments threshold. Well, I don't know about that one because that actually deletes a lot. So what if I turn this one? Or just delete that. Yeah, that deletes less. Although there still seems to be some transparency left behind. Well, I can't really tell. Maybe that's enough. It doesn't seem to have completely removed the transparency, but it should be less of a problem now. So thanks. We'll see if that works. Because I can't do the threshold 255 thing because it destroys half the fucking image, unfortunately. So... It's just the luck of the draw when it comes to working with this shit, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm probably just going to remove the antenna entirely, to be honest. Yeah, it's just post whatever the corrections are, and I'll take a look at them later. SC Go, Starcraft Global Offensive, dude. What's up, Connor? Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't seem like it was a perfect solution, but that's because what I'm doing is so fucking niche. Yeah, that's what I thought. Unfortunately, I still have to do that trick. Oh, man. And the transparency isn't completely removed, so of course it's going to be shit. Sometimes I'll make a wall of the Evo chambers, but that's about it. I sometimes will place spots for player need text structures. You got a source for the Rebirth of the Swarm being made in 1998? I have no idea how to approach this. you have a source for Mystics coming with a campaign, then I'll add it. Yeah, you definitely lose a lot when you do a thing like that, man. Although maybe there's another option here that's more Tism-tastic than I could have imagined. Now that's epic. What a reality. Holy shit, it's still not all the way there, though. That's psychotic. Alright. Looks like we only needed to do it like 3 times. 3 sets of 10, by the way. Classic. Ridiculous. I'll do 4 to be safe. I can't believe it's come to this. Doubling it. It's actually, it needs more than that, which is even more scary. It's okay, after I finish doubling all these, I'll just double them again. This might be the foolproof method. We'll see what happens. Actually, let me just take a look at this. The fuck? Yeah, not quite all the way there. Still got some ways to go here. Now we're cooking with Tism. I can't believe it took so much fucking work, but we did it. We cracked the code.
Yes, that's exactly what I did, Vic. Psychotic.
Best for Protoss walls, gateways and forges. Pretty much, yeah. I would say gateways have the most utility, and they're also cheap and cover the most ground, so gateways are probably a good idea. Well, good luck finding those campaigns. I think those are things of legend. So, don't get your hopes up is all I'm saying. Yeah, I gotta record an action for doing the, that like cleanup stuff at the end. So let's get that done. Might be a couple of pixels here and there I can clean up, but nothing crazy, I don't think. Well, what did you expect, man? Nobody knows what to do. I mean, at the same time, I, myself, think you should definitely expect better, but I don't think that's likely to ever happen. Alright, so since we know it works properly, I'm feeling pretty good about... Oops. Plugging the rest of these in now. I only did up to 7, so the rest of them still need to be done. I can't believe it was so, wrought with psychosis. Or fraught with psychosis, I guess. Big surprise. Birth of Tassadar. I'm reminded of that campaign now. I was like, where do I know that campaign from? I played it. I actually have played it. That's funny. That was indeed a disaster. All right. Called that one 8 instead of 6, apparently. Scared me. I gotta redo 7 now. Alright, we're just about done with this one anyway. In theory, we are. Don't let the conclave kill baby Tacitor. What's up, Dio? Your expertise would have been useful a couple minutes ago when I was trying to figure out how to process that image. But we managed to make it through. So far. Export as frame set. Nice. We got correct transparency for the most part. Some things are still kind of fucked up. Oh no, I think it's just one thing. He's doing a playthrough of all of them. Although he's not doing a public playthrough, he's just playing it through them. Like, he's not doing video playthroughs. Yeah, very minimal cleanup work, actually. This one looks like a mess, to be honest, but it's okay. Worry less about that for right now. That can be fixed later. Maybe we'll get a better system going later on, too. You'll never know. Love the random team color on the left, though. That's great. The gap in the north of the hoop structure? What do you mean? If you're talking about over here, yeah, that's supposed to be a shadow. Unless you're talking about right here. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I'm honestly not sure. It doesn't seem like it should be a gap, I suppose. So we'll fill it in. Thankfully, it's pretty easy to do that here. I don't know where I started with that. Refresh the selection. If only they distributed the 3D models they made these with the game as well. That would be really epic. Alright. Now we can fix team color where possible. Hint, not very easy.
Marines are pretty widely used in mid-game against stuff like Zerg.
I think they're already a very, very sturdy all-rounder unit. What Shox did in his Starcraft 2 revision melee mod was he basically went through and he changed a bunch of things about the game insofar as you can basically take the opportunity to equip different abilities, right? So you gave up Stimpack in favor of a grenade launcher or something. Now, I don't personally think that line of that particular change is all that great, because I feel like front-loading them with even more damage seems to me to be a bad idea. But at the same time, it's better and a more... I think it's a more reasonable decision to make than what a lot of other people try to do when they modify Marines. Like, if you're going to make a change to the Marine, which I don't think is necessary, then that is something that would at least allow player choice to come into effect, right? You're allowing players to opt into your change, and you're also making it so that there's a give and take there. You're losing out mobility in favor of more damage. I don't know exactly how the grenade launcher worked. I think it was an active ability, like Stimpack is like a click ability. It might have been a point and click ability, which I definitely would advise against on a unit that is meant to be that ubiquitous and universal. And you actually, because 3 U's. But regardless of the specifics, like, that's at least a situation where you can allow players to specialize them. Because then, if in theory, grenades are probably going to be good against Protoss or something, you're right. Protoss mech units can take like the explosive damage, but it still deals full damage to shields, something like that. So also might be effective against Terran infantry units, which could come into play. I mean Terran vehicles rather, which could come into play in TVT as a result. So there's opportunities to change these units. It's just, you're playing with fire, should you choose to do so. Yeah, I gotta manually fix a lot of the team color over there. But do I think they need more usage? No, not really. Does that mean it's going to be a negative change if you make it? Not necessarily. You might see something that I don't, or have an idea that works out in that space. So it doesn't seem to me like a problem. But you have to also remember we're not dealing with within the vacuum of what's the term? We're not dealing within the vacuum of like just a generic melee environment, right? We're dealing with something a bit more extreme than that and niche than that. We're dealing with custom AI, we're dealing with custom tech trees, non-standard environments. All exciting things, but all things that require a different look. You know what I mean? Oh, it's 208. How SE2 should look like? Fuck. 2D. Yeah, I mean, well, if you want to really improve your ability to design tech trees, I firmly believe that you should get a really good understanding of how the game works. So, like, Brood War is a really good case study for that. And that's why, like, all of the things that I'm adding to Hydra, a lot of them are experiments. All the hero stuff is completely an experiment and probably won't pan out, but I still want to see what happens. So, I think as you get better at StarCraft 1, at least from a strategic understanding of like what counters what, and you watch more pro games and stuff like that, you'll build an understanding, a conception of what happens there, and why certain things happen. Right. Concussive damage is odd. Like, in the anime versus police mod, I have most of the 9-gag units deal concussive damage, but they're also super spammable, and so they're meant to like overwhelm you. And if they did normal damage, they would be broken in their current balance. So really depends. And I would not put Marines on concussive damage, that's for sure. That is asking for a disaster. I mean, the Ghost is already like an anti-infantry specialist. Their weapon is no joke against concussive units. And they can cloak. So just, you know, that would be what I would want. Obviously, they're heavy in terms of gas, which might need to be addressed if you're trying to take away some of their specialization and impact that they can have in terms of a caster unit, and push them more towards a stat-based unit like a Marine itself. Then you would have to adjust the Ghost. But the thing is, like, the Marine is an all-rounder unit. All-rounder units are pretty important, right? Because you got Zealot and Dragoon. Between the two of them are kind of like the all-rounder. They're the glue that holds everything together. Really Dragoons in general, but Zealots as backup, and especially in the early game, and especially versus Zerg, and later on Terrans. Super important. So, like, that's an example from Protoss. Dragoon being the all-rounder in general, but Zealot being the replacement all-rounder if things go awry or there's a different matchup or something. Obviously Marines, and then it's either Hydralisk or Mutalisk, depending on what you're doing with Zerg. So, like, obviously Zerglings themselves are fairly basic, but it's important to have all-rounders. And just looking at StarCraft's balance and how things work out and how those all-rounders for those races work, and how there's different all-rounders, like there's an all-rounder in the form of the Mutalisk, or there's an all-rounder in form of the Hydralisk, or I guess you could even make an argument that the Zergling is an all-rounder. The fact that those are two distinct units, like, and they're still used as all-rounders, as core units for what your army composition is built around, should tell you something about the balance of the game. And so Marines and Siege Tanks are the Terran one, right? But at the same time, you'll see a lot of Vulture spam sometimes. They're usually making space for tanks. You know, Goliaths, I guess, would be a good all-rounder, but not exactly a core unit per se, because you can use Wraiths, Valkyries, or Marines to deal with Mutalisks. And you really only need Goliaths as a... Like, you need Goliaths 100% against carriers, unless you already have, like, a good set of air units and you can roll in with a comsat, pick off observers, and cloak your Wraiths, right? So there's very niche cases where you wouldn't want Goliaths against carriers. But, yeah. I mean, I'm sure you get what I'm getting at this point. And yes, Ikewear.
Agreed.
Oh shit. Forgot about that one. Got pranked. Bits of shit flickering around all over the place. That looks wrong, but when I slow it down, it actually seems accurate. What's up, Concy? All right. We'll return to that later on. Definitely needs to be fixed as far as team color goes. All right. Well, I think we're going to have to wait until after February at this pace to actually release it, which is really shitty, but there's a crash and a freeze. I can't debug either of them. Freeze I can eventually fix. Crash, nobody knows what the fuck is going on with that. So until the crash is fixed, I'm not even going to bother trying to mess around with the freeze. And until both of them are fixed, it's kind of difficult to get motivation to work on the second map. The first map seems, aside from the stuff that's actually crashing and freezing, the first map seems fine. Does need the remainder of the classes to be added for the micro stuff, but it's not that bad. It's not that far away. I think there's 3 or 4 abilities that need to be added, and then all the classes are in working order, beyond like obviously needing graphics or something. Oh yeah, good idea. They'll just add 5,000 more crashes. All right, so minimize that. Bonk. All right, I gotta add the new stuff here. And then I gotta figure out iScript for that unit. Oh, I'm in Hydra as opposed to my full toilet. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11. Oh. I don't think there's a fucking combo frame here that makes sense, unfortunately. Maybe it's this one. Not quite. That seems to be the closest one we got, though. What's up, Connor? Alright, let's check this. Fuck. Pranked. Hold on, let's almost check this out. I'm sure they must eventually train them themselves. Hi. Surveying what's going on here. Yeah, they're definitely getting into some psychotic loop with their attacks instead of actually attacking. Rather concerning. Oh, shit. That looks way more fucked up than I thought it would. Motherfucker. You'll never get me. Never. He should probably move a bit faster than that. Oh fuck, I forgot there's no ramp here. Pranked. Alright, that's fine. Why do they use frame atlases? Why? I'm also not sure what perspective these units were rendered at, but oh well. I have the wrong fucking file name for this, which is pretty funny. Okay. Well, I haven't taken a break yet, so it's time to do that now. Get some more water, use the bathroom, all that stuff. Be right back. Mwah. Hi, I'm back. What's good? Are you guys excited for Deus Ex later on today? That's starting in about 2 hours. Be prepared. So I don't know if I actually want to continue editing graphics. I was thinking this might be a good placeholder for the Wyvern, but it's also time consuming to make this to do this junk. So, all right, it looks like it's a wingspan of about. We could get away with 64, but I'll do 72 by 72. What? Oh, I guess I just didn't copy it properly. Alright, so we know that this is going to be frame 16 anyway. What we'll do is... I think 36, 36, right? That's 72. Yeah. Okay. Good math. So this is usually 9 or 8 and 9, I think. Oops. Fuck. I don't know what I just did, but all right. I've never seen that menu before. Yeah, we definitely need the unit extender, so I agree. But it's also a pretty challenging piece of code, no? I think this is 1213, I'd guess. But yeah, there's a ton of units that I can take from this. It's just that they're all going to be either vehicles, aircraft, or buildings, because there's it's a space combat game as opposed to it being. Oh, check that out. This is actually the last frame. It looks like. So what I thought was 1216 or 1213 is actually 1415, and then this is 1213. And then take this. Okay, so that's definitely 3, 4. And this is 4 to 5. But we're still missing something else. Oh, this is 4 to 5. This is 4 to 6. Okay, so I think we have all the units now. Alright, so now we just need the cleanup thing. I mean, that is my exact problem with it. I feel like space combat is one element of it, and like, really what we need is a map size extender so that we can have really large space maps, and then you can have all the space combat type stuff you want. It's just that you're also managing, you're not just managing space combat, like space scale combat, you're also managing a bunch of other shit, you know what I mean? And maybe like you could have, maybe space could have different rules to it, like the space terrain type could have different rules to it, right? And workers could fly over space. Drones, SCVs, probes. They could hover over space or something like that. But, or like, if it was a certain space, like there'd be different conceptions where space that's close enough to other pathable regions would be able to be hovered over because of gravity or whatever, like, that would be fine. But if you had space, like wide open areas of space would somehow be shown differently, and then thus, it's like you can't escape the orbit that way or whatever. You can't escape gravity like that. Something like that. I don't know exactly how it would do. The science probably wouldn't check out, but that would be a better gameplay mechanic than just making it so that workers are air units in space maps. And it would be more like a custom element of the tile set than it would be a completely new mechanic and gimmick. You know what I mean? That's only effective in space. So I think that would be interesting. It's just a matter of like hovering units like workers, vultures, archons, and stuff flying over those things could be really neat. But obviously, like, a big problem with it is that it is a gimmick in a sense. Like, if you use it for just 1 or 2 missions, it's a gimmick. So you really have to develop these systems, flesh them out, make sure that they are not they're like common sense systems in a sense where they incorporate themselves well into the rest of the game state. But and you know, the game state isn't like in tatters if you remove those elements, right? So they have to both be like accessory. They have to augment the experience of playing through and using these mechanics, right? They have to augment the RTS experience without being so important that without them the game is not as good or not as complete, but also without being so like completely without any impact, so as to be rendered, you know, what's the term? Like, it's like a trifle, you know what I mean? It's like it's not that important. You might as well take it or leave it. Like, at that point, why even have it to begin with? So it needs to be meaningful without being too impactful, basically. Like, there has to be a balance between there. And that's true of all mechanics that you add, but it seems to me like there's not much of a reason to run into that. Like, that's something that I would like to explore in my own RTS where I have more engine control, because the technical side of implementing any of the ideas that I just listed off seems really nightmarish. And, you know, within Brood War, I mean. So, yeah, it's not something that I would recommend per se. All right, so this is... I'm pretty sure I have the wrong setup here. Anyway, so this is fed unit 02. What? Oh. The fuck? Oh. This probably still won't be perfect per se, but I think it'll work itself out. It would be interesting to have an asteroid-based tile set. I wanted to make like a lunar tile set where you have you're on the surface of a moon as well. That would be really nice. Other types of terrain should have their own rules as well. Desert and ice. In a sense, maybe, but it's like the only thing that anybody ever comes up with for desert and ice are things that would be negatives, and I don't really want to punish players for pathing through a certain area. It would, even though if it would make sense in the story or something, I think it's better gameplay if you reward players for controlling an area. And at that point, it's like, well, the most fundamental way to do that is to either have a really high value passageway or a really high value expansion, and then it's just more organic than it providing you an explicit bonus. But even then, you can still have explicit bonuses in certain situations. Right? Yeah, mission selection screen, exactly. And yes, I have decided to make an FPS first. That'll mostly be an experiment, but I'm pretty sure it'll work out. Well, we'll see. Maybe I'll end up making it myself at some point, or having some tiles added to the space platform tile set or something. I don't know. Yes, it'll be it'll be like Counter-Strike, but it'll be like. I'm not gonna worry about like what content will be out there. It's really I just want to make a system first. Like obviously, it's like making a new tech tree or something. You don't really worry about the missions as much as you worry about like what the tech tree actually works, like or how it works or what you're gonna do to it in an RTS. You don't worry about like what missions you're gonna have with these units. It's more like let's design the tech tree and see how it slots in otherwise. So like we're basically building the framework and then building the mechanics, and then we're gonna add weapons, and then we're gonna add You know, I'll figure out what else I feel like adding. Maybe it'll be like in addition to weapons, you'll have some obviously grenades or something like that, some sort of utility power ups of some kind, or and then I'll figure out how maps play into all that and what happens there. It's going to be really interesting. I'm actually really excited to get into that at some point. Fagudo just linked a open source plugin for Unreal 4 that apparently enables certain things for RTS gameplay. So that's in the Gate channel if you want to check that out. I've bookmarked it to look at later on. Yeah, I don't know what they have for now as far as designing stuff like bots, but I'm definitely going to figure out how to program them. It's really important to have bot support. Like, I want to be able to play this game in... Like, right now I play Counter-Strike to, like, unwind after work or whatever. Like, I focus in on a game, and I play against bots and stuff. But they're so dumb. They don't test my skills, really. Like, what tests my skill is, like... It's more like they test how patient I'm willing to be. You know what I mean? And that's not really great. So... that's the only thing that they test me for, really. And I'd like to make really intelligent bots challenging the player to be better. Basically the same thing that I do in an RTS. So it'll be interesting. I'm looking forward to experimenting with it, seeing what I can do. All right, we'll close that for now. Close that. Close that. I don't know why the graphic for the exoframe is so fucked up. I think maybe I need to export it, re-index it, or something. But I'll take another look at it later on, probably tomorrow. I spent most of my stream, I feel like, working on these graphics from Five Nations instead of actually doing anything for my Mapcrap submission. But I guess that sometimes that happens. Did you see my message about the issues with pre-placed buildings not taking into account properly, Iquare? If you can fix that, I know it's like you're almost going to bed pretty soon, but if you can make that a priority tomorrow or something, that would be nice. Because I can't really do much accurate testing for AI behaviors while that's broken. Oh yeah, for sure that's off kilter. But alright, so then we export this as a frame set. Really unfortunate that I have to manually fix the team color for all this stuff, but... Frauds have iridescent yellow. Might be able to use some graphics for from what is it? from this game for stuff like that, actually. No, I don't think DF added any colors after that. I still have to try to fix up Patriotic Freedom, see if I can find a way to... I think what I have to do is like find a light red tone and a light blue tone and have the like a transition area between like 3 colors, one of them being like an achromatic color, one of them being a light red, and one of them being a light blue. In fact, I guess I can try to do that now. If I just go to T-Unit... Right. It's cool that we still have so many options for that sort of thing. Alright, so we know that this is where we're at. So it looks like blue has been chosen already. So... then we'll say... this. See if I can find a good red. I guess I should be going for really bright reds instead, though. It might make sense to do this. And then find like a lighter, maybe like one of the silver pink colors or something. Or a coral. But who knows? Not right here. This color should work out. We'll try that and see what it looks like. Yeah, that looks colossally fucked up. I don't know what's up with that. Cyan and eggshell blue are different in very apparent ways. What? Yeah. Yes, we want more colors, DF. We always want more. All right, 1 of 3. Hey, there's 103 colors, not including patriotic freedom. So you actually. How much different is it? Blah, blah, blah. You know that. Hydra's gonna be. I'm gonna make some updates this month. I just haven't gotten around to it. Like, we were investigating shit with regards to Stormborn. Now I'm focusing on AI in my full toilet map so that I can try and get like a good test bed done. And pretty soon I will return to either Toddborn or Hydra, depending on what my mood is. And really, I'm waiting on you, Iquare, for the Toddborn stuff. But I'm as patient as we need to be for that. Like, I guess it's not a time sensitive thing, but the sooner we get it, the better, obviously, because I did say that it was going to be ready by around now. But I understand you're working on full toilet and a bunch of other stuff. So whenever we get to it, we get to it. But outside of that, I'm also working for the goal of patching Zergo 1 for Hydra, try to fix that. Getting like a really good understanding of how to write Zerg AI in particular, so in general, which means I could probably revisit Terrano 1 as well. And then eventually I'm going to start working on Inconsummate's planning towards the end of the month. But yes, March will be when I start mod streaming that, for sure. I might be able to start it sooner than that, but we'll see. Praetorian Guard will probably have Sunglow, yeah, just the same as Stormborn, but we'll see. Maybe there will be a new color, or maybe I'll find a better color that I like, you know, more suited for that. We'll see what happens. Map 3 will still have Nidus Canal stuff. Maybe, yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, it's going to be a bigger map, and you're going to have an AI ally, so... I think what'll probably happen is Tuzor will be an ally on that map, and you'll control both Goska and Stralium. And you'll have 2 outposts, and they'll be linked with Nidus Canal. Iridescent pink. There you go. There's not enough pink or magenta tones, unfortunately. Alright, so we're doing color 103 as a test. Yeah, so this is kind of what I expected. Well, I didn't expect it to be so red. I thought it would be more blue because there's more blue tones. But those blue tones are also... yeah, it's unfortunate that it's this psycho color cannot be used. Imagine if it could be. We'll try that. See what happens there. It might just be that I need a blue off tone, like a blue that lies closer to achromatic. Acrobatic. Something like that, maybe. I don't know, that's pretty bright, so we'll see what happens. Oh wait, I just realized, I'm pretty sure I didn't even add the new game stuff, so hold on. Well, I have two samples, two versions, if you will. I'm pretty sure I didn't even add the new stuff, so. Of course it didn't fucking look proper. Maybe I did, but we'll see either way. Yeah. Which is a lot more time consuming than it should be. Psychotic. What a mess. What a mess of a color. I like that version of it better, though. That's closer to it. I guess we'll just, we'll make it a blue color instead of worrying about everything else. It's probably not going to be meaningfully different from other colors, but we'll see. I don't know what blue color you were talking about, Icor. Well, I don't know what's up with that, but okay. Yeah, it could have been that. What a psychotic set of songs.
Get smashed!
What am I looking for anyway? I think it's probably in the ghost. Maybe not. Fuck, where is it? I'm looking for the smoochy impact sound. Maybe I actually have it in here somewhere. Perfect time for a bot to come in and tell me I should become famous by spending money. Alright, so... It'll probably be a campaign thing. Hammerborn. I like that one. I'll probably call that like Hammer and Anvil or something. Alright, so I'll finish unfucking the player color on that one later. I gotta hop in the shower pretty soon, so... Calling it a day soon. Yeah, well, it's like the idea of it being what's it called? Well, I don't even know. I guess it would be if it was going to be a Nemesis map of some kind, it would be it would probably be up to 3 allies, but we'll see. I mean, I'm willing to buck the trend on that one. Alright, so we're good for now. I would love to get more work done on those conversions and on stuff in general, but unfortunately, I have stuff to do, many plans. Magistrate Rainer, Zerg, Sinzagorel, Protoss, and Remnants of Confederacy. I like the idea of throwing the Remnants of Confederacy in there. In Hydra, what my plan is for that mission in particular is to... let's open the map back up, because while I'm talking about this stuff, I might as well look around and see if I can add some more doodads somewhere. Make a bit more progress. But what I wanted to do for Hydra in general, for that particular map, was to take the opportunity to provide bank data, like or use bank data to my advantage. And I'm not quite sure exactly how I would do it, but I'm thinking, like, if you have... Like, if you're successful in clearing out... Like, if you kill the Zerg in the last mission, in the New Gettysburg, right? If the Zerg die in addition to the Terrans, and the Protoss are left alive, then maybe the Protoss just have more, like, a higher strength arsenal. If you kill the Protoss and the Zerg are still alive and the Confederates die, because again, you're killing the Confederates is probably going to be your only objective, that'll be where you have the less starting forces for the Protoss. Maybe you eliminate one Protoss player entirely, but the Zerg players are there, or something like that. And so, like, basically, depending on how the mission ends, you'll have different opponents to face. But I'm a fan of that idea in general, so... I just want to add more... I want to put more thought into the mindset of, like, the player when it comes to target selection. Like, thinking long-term as well. Like, maybe they have to kill an AI in a specific context. Like, they can't suffer them anymore. You know, they're just dying to them. And so they're too much of a threat to be left alive in that context. But it would also be really neat, I think, to see what they do and if they consider that at all as, like, part of their decision making. You know what I mean? Could be interesting. I think Duke will make it. What will happen is you'll see Duke start the construction of it, and that will be part of that'll be, like, the biggest thing is, like, by seeing him start to build one very early on, you won't immediately be set upon by one, but you'll see him do that and then be like, okay, well, this is a threat. We've got to make sure that we destroy all ion cannons before we leave, basically. So it'll probably be something to the effect of, like, destroying ion cannons and maybe all Stargates or something like that for the Protoss. But anything that would obstruct you from leaving. So ion cannons especially might be the only objective in that mission, but perhaps the Protoss could also start to amass, like, a great fleet of some kind, and that could be, like, a secondary victory objective or something. But I still think that maybe you being able to evacuate as soon as the ion cannons are down is better, and so far as, like, that being used as a victory condition or whatever. But we'll see what happens. I'm not married to any one concept yet. I'm still thinking about, like, what might work out the best in any given context. All right, cool. They will be very strong, I think. Particularly since you'll see a huge number of, like, vision will be super important, and obviously it'll deal a lot of damage to buildings when it fires upon them, you know what I mean? All right, I gotta go take a shower and pop into Deus Ex and make sure that that's working properly and get ready for the stream that's going to be happening in about an hour from now. So stay tuned. I'll see you guys there. And thanks, as always, Iquare, for hanging around. Thanks, DF, for hanging around, keeping me company. And everybody else who's behind the scenes. Appreciate you guys. Can I place one more doodad before I go? This doodad is dedicated to you, actually. Pretty good doodad. Bye, Dad.